Hey Timothy, how you doing? Trying to get my bot to work on YouTube and it doesn't want to work. It's a little frustrating. I'm gonna try a completely different bot just to see if that works. Add command. I know I'm still on starting stream. Stream's not officially started yet. We're doing a little troubleshooting. I'm good. Hopefully you can get it up and running soon. Yeah, I'll be starting here shortly. Enter at Nightbot. Of course, there's 20 of them. See if that works. It does not. It works. Weird. Stream Elements works, but Nightbot's not working. Settings, community. All right, well, one of them's working. Stream Elements is working. I didn't do anything different, and now it works. Let's exit a few of these, hit save. Test one more time. Let's try pathtopro. Okay, now Nightbot's working. And Stream Elements is working. Okay. For now, we're gonna take Nightbot out of the channel. I think this might sound really dumb, but you had to hit save. Like, it would store the information. Listen, it would store the information, but it wouldn't commit the change. Okay, so we have to do a little bit of prep for the upcoming RCQs this weekend. So we get to do this fancy schmancy overhead camera and get this situated. And then I think what I do is, get that a little bit higher, get it out of the camera shot. Okay. It's a little grainy. I don't know what to do about that. But we need to sleeve some cards and take a look at our deck lists for this tournament. I don't know if this is against like TOS or whatever to have a knife, but whatever. I gotta open it. I gotta open it somehow. I do like these hard cases, but I think I've said it in one of my other reviews. I would like, a lot of these are expensive cards. I would really like it if oh, there's my other two Fable of the Mirror Breakers. Got some Nihil Spell Bombs. Stop being goofy with the zoom. There we go. Nihil Spell Bombs. Exile all card from target player's graveyard. We gotta have that graveyard hate. Then we got the Obsidian Charma. Autofocus. Autofocus. Just not focus on anything? That'd be great. There you go. What is going on with that autofocus? That's crazy. What are you doing? Yeah, Graveyard Hate is a must, especially in okay, we want the autofocus to be working. Field of view, frame rate. We got a couple tokens, which is funny because I did grab these tokens and then I proceeded to go to the my LGS and get a whole bunch of tokens. So I know those aren't the servo tokens, but I do have servo tokens. somewhere. Then we got a Disruptor Flute. So this might have a place in my deck, but Disruptor Flute's pretty cool. It as it enters the battlefield, choose a card name, and spells with chosen name cost 3 more to cast. Activated abilities of sources with the chosen name can't be activated unless they're mana abilities. So lots of disruption for like the One Ring. I think the One Ring is going to be quite pretty powerful now with some of the ban lists going on. I think we're going to see more of the One Ring. We got Unstable Amulet, so this is great. I'm running a Mardu and Boros energy. And so this is whenever it enters, you get 2 energy, and whenever you cast a spell from anywhere other than your hand, Unstable Amulet deals 1 damage to each opponent. I can tap this, pay 2 energy, exile the top card of my library. You may play it until exile another card with Unstable Amulet. So this is giving me card draw, which is really nice. Because you tend to play your Mardu energy deck pretty fast. So having ability to get more cards is really nice. Exile all cards from target player's graveyard or destroy target artifact, or each creature deals 1 damage to its controller. So Rakdos Charm is really interesting. So if they go wide, Rakdos can do a lot of damage to them. I can also exile the graveyard, so we got a lot of graveyard hate, and then destroy target artifact or each creature. So the graveyard hate is probably going to be a little less important now because Goryo's Vengeance is banned. Also, Sorin is banned. Sorin is banned from Pioneer. So I guess graveyard hate in general, just a little less. So I do have some Bone Crusher Giants here. I did go out and find some locally, so that's a little unfortunate. Same thing with Wear Tear. I went and found some locally, but those were cheap cards, so relatively speaking, cheap cards. So I'm not too upset that I have more copies of them. We got Fatal Push. Pretty straightforward. If destroy that creature if it has a mana value of 2 or less, or you can do it with mana value 4 or less instead of a permanent you controlled left the battlefield this turn. So it's a good way to potentially do 4 damage removal on something if I'm removing permanents. These are the cards I bought last time. No, actually these are new. So the video I did was the first go of cards. So these cards all showed up last week and have yet to open them. But these are all going to be augments to that deck I did last time. So we also got Surgical Extraction. I think this one is still going to be viable. Choose target card in a graveyard other than a basic land card. Search its owner's graveyard, hand, and library for any number of cards with the same name as that card and exile them. When that player shuffles his or her library. What is this yelling at me about? There's too many. I have too many mice in the kitchen. So this one's pretty sweet. That autofocus is going to kill me. I'm about to put it in manual focus. Blur it. Ew. It's just way too close. Changes it a little bit. A little bit better. But I like the art on Surgical Extraction. It's pretty crazy. Cool. So we got surgical extraction. Probably still going to go in the deck. Got a couple more cards here. This was the big one I was missing. So I really wanted to play Mardu Energy at my last RCQ and did not have the cards to do so. So I ended up playing Boros Energy and got absolutely stomped. This will hopefully... This would be my preference to play, is the Orcish Bowmaster. Pretty sweet. So it has flash, and then when it enters the battlefield or whenever an opponent draws a card, except for the first one that they draw in each of their draw steps, Orcish Bowmaster deals 1 damage to any target, then I amass Orcs 1. Yeah, that art is dope on the surgical extraction. I really like that art. There is some really interesting ones. See if I can pull them up here. Go to Scryfall. Punching myself in the face with my mic. Oh, there we go. That's what I wanted. So if we go into this here, these are the different arts for surgical extraction. I do like the bent over look the most. That's the one I have. I think this surgical extraction is probably my least favorite art. We can make this bigger. It's probably my least favorite art. This one's kind of creepy the longer you look at it. They're like pulling the spine and skull out of the person. This one's all right. But yeah, this one is definitely the coolest. Just makes the most sense. Okay, back to it. So we got our Orcish Bowmasters. Those are, I think, appropriately shipped. They do have the hard case. Only 2 cards in a pack, and then they put them back to back. So they did a really good job shipping these. And these are in really good condition, too, and they're expensive. They're expensive. All right, we got to grab paperwork. Paperwork got to go somewhere. Then we have a couple more cards over here. And what do we got? We have our Plague Engineer. So this was a little quirky play I saw. And so I wanted to add the tool to the tool belt here. There's just tape everywhere. Yeah, the white one is pretty lame. That surgical extraction is pretty lame. I don't know, like, I think there could have been some cooler things they did with that art. I mean, you had the old-timey, you know, cowboy theme from Thunder Junction. You could have done something like a play off of the old, you know, old-timey doctors that didn't really know what they were doing. There could have been a play there. Okay, this tape. Driving me nuts. Come on, tape. one piece. Yeah, one pull. Okay. I don't know why I cut it with the knife. I should have just pulled it all off in one piece instead of having to do each side, but here we are. Cool. I do like to save these hard cases. I keep a stack of them from all the cards just in case I sell some cards. So the big thing that you got to keep in mind, I'm a tournament player, not trying to be a collector. So as a tournament player, I'm going to buy and sell my cards. So Plague Engineer is pretty interesting. It's a 2/2 death touch for 3. And then as it enters the battlefield, choose a creature type. Creatures of the chosen type your opponents control get -1, -1. This, I think, is actually going to be a really interesting card because I think we're going to see a strong showing of Boros Energy or energy decks in general, Ocelot Pride. So having this in my deck would basically mean all the cat generation is null and void. So we would, anytime a cat's generated, it would die. So that was the pseudo fun part. The actual fun part is, so we save these. Gotta remove the tape off of everything. I'm gonna true fit sleeve them, and then we'll switch over to Moxfield, and we will take a look at some decks here. We've actually had, well, this will be the first weekend with no Nadu. So I wonder how the tournament results are going to look. I like how they do their tape though. That's nice. If I would have not cut the tape, I just learned my lesson today. Don't cut the tape. Card Kingdom puts a little tab on it, so it's easier to pull the tape off. Okay. So this is something I like to do with all of my cards. I like to put them in a true fit sleeve. I do double sleeve all of my tournament cards just because you never know. And we'll just put them back in the case over here. So yeah, got to work through double sleeving these real quick, and then we can take a look at building the deck. I also want to take a look at some tournament results. I don't know how many tournament results may be out there yet. There'll probably be some Magic Online results that we'll see in a new no Nadu world. And so this is something you got to keep in mind when double sleeving. You got to put them in upside down because then you put them in upright in the actual sleeve itself. As I almost do it upright. Do as I say, not as I do. Okay. Probably should have sleeved these as I pulled them out, but here we are. It's probably my favorite one of the bunch, though, to be honest with you. I did put a lot of thought into my Fatal Push art selection. I think I actually ended up paying a couple, it was like 10 cents more or something like that for the Fatal Push, because I do like the art of the Assassin's Creed Fatal Push more than some of the other ones. I'll actually show you. Fatal Push. Then we'll switch to this. So this one is probably my favorite, but this one is so expensive. So this one was all right. I'd actually probably didn't like this one the most. This one was okay. This is the standard fatal push, as you can see. This one's kind of the aftermath of the fatal push. So if this guy's kicking this dude off, then this is the dude falling, and here's the platform he was falling from. So it's kind of like the follow-up to that. But as far as the actual name goes, I think this looks better, because I've played the Assassin's Creed game, right? It's like he grabs the guy by the collar, and he's like, I don't even know what he says. You shouldn't have wronged the people, and then shoves them off. It's just a fatal push. So I did actually like the art better there, but the this one would have been my favorite, but it was so expensive. I'm like, I'm not spending that on fatal push, which is generally a cheap card. So of the bunch, I selected. So this will be interesting because there's no Gorios. A lot of this graveyard hate that I have is going to be nearly useless. What is going on? Need a faster way to pull these clear sleeves out. Switch back to the overhead. Get these all ready to go. Obsidian Charmaw was an interesting addition I saw as well. So this spell costs 1 less to cast for each land your opponent controls that could produce colorless wingdings. And then it's a flying 4/4. And then when it enters the battlefield, destroy target non-basic land and opponent controls. So it is land destruction. And if I'm playing a like a Tron deck or an Eldrazi deck, then all of I could potentially get this out for pretty cheap, is what I'm getting at. Could get it out for 2 red mana as a 4/4. Plus, I could destroy some of their land. So we could do like an Urza Saga, get that destroyed. We could trying to think of what else. It's really for that matchup. I like the one you picked as well. The other one reminds me of the Sparta kick. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. I was like, it's not a push. It's like, maybe it was fatal kick. I don't know. I put way too much thought into it. It was late at night. I needed to buy cards, and it is what it is. I do have some redundant cards though. Like I said, I went out and I got 3 copies of Wear Tear that I incorporated into my Boros Energy deck. I also got like 3 copies of Bone Crusher Giant. So I knew these were in the mail and I knew they were coming, but I had the tournament, so I needed to round out my approach. And I still feel good about my choice of my first tournament. If you watch that first tournament vlog that I put together, definitely was upset in the day about the results of the tournament, but I think the choice of deck was still the right choice because it was well-rounded. I didn't know what I was walking into. I don't know what my local play base plays as far as Modern goes. It was my first Modern tournament. So I built a very well-rounded deck, and I had some answers to some things. I Actually, I had answers to everything. I just not enough answers that I could sideboard in. There was obviously a strong tendency towards like storm decks that I didn't have enough answers. That if I would have put at least another set of 3 or 4 cards to handle storm, it would have been better. But I did not, and so I got wrecked by a Ruby Storm deck and a Twiddle deck, like pretty handedly. And then I faced a Mardu Energy deck who also beat me. I lost all day. I didn't win any of the matches. And then the last one I did was a Goryo's Vengeance deck. So didn't have enough Storm hate, didn't have enough mirror matchup hate. I had some. But definitely not enough. And then with the Goryo's Vengeance, I just didn't have enough graveyard hate. I think I had the Lantern was the only graveyard hate I really had in the deck. For those of you who are not involved, we can actually pull up the deck. Let's go ahead. Log into my modern deck. So if I go here, this is what I was talking about. This was the deck I ran for my first modern RCQ. Soul Guide Lantern was really like my only graveyard hate, and I had like 1 of it. I didn't really have anything else. This Damping Sphere definitely helped against Storm. Blood Moon helped against Twiddle a lot. This also helped against Twiddle. Like I almost saved the game with against Twiddle with the Celestial Purge. Honestly, like I don't think I'm going to be running a Gigantha in any way. Especially if I'm going to be trying to run that dragon. And then I also have Sunspine Links. So Sunspine Links is also interesting. And so players can't gain life and damage can't be prevented, which is really nice against the One Ring. But it's going to depend on layers. So you have to play the Sunspine Links after the One Ring, and because of layers, I can do damage to them. And then it deals damage to each player equal to the number of non-basic lands that player controls. And in Modern, there is a lot of non-basic lands that we control. So it's definitely an interesting ad. It's probably one I'm going to think about. I'm going to be thinking about Surgical Extraction. I'm going to be thinking about Unstable Amulet for card draw. I think that's going to be a good one. I'm going to be thinking a little less about Graveyard Hate. I think I'll still incorporate some Graveyard Hate into my sideboard action. Don't know what that Graveyard Hate will be yet. Graveyard Trespasser. Ooh, that reminds me. I never got Orcish Bowmaster token. Graveyard Trespasser could be an interesting addition. Because as a ward of discard a card, and then when enters the battlefield or attacks, exile up to one card from the graveyard. If it was a creature card, exile this way, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. So, might be interesting. I always forget it also deals damage to both players. Which one is that? Which one also deals damage to both players? Because the oh, you're talking about Sunspine Link? Does that hurt both players? When Sunspine Links enters, it deals damage to each player equal to the number of non... Oh, so it's each player. Okay. So I would take damage too. That is good to know. Yeah, the links. I mean, I run a bunch of non-basic lands, so... Actually, a lot of them are... Yeah, I mean, there's Arena Glory. Yeah, there's a bunch in here. So if I go back to my decks, modern decks, Mardu Energy, and we go to browser, this is the start of my Mardu Energy deck list that I was going. We're running an Ob Nixilis. Obviously, you're running your Ajani, Amped Raptor, Guide Souls, Ocelot Pride package, throwing in a couple Flages and Ragavans, Bone Crusher Giant, throwing in Thoughtseize, Galvanic Discharge. Fatal Push was an option, and so that's why it's here. I saw some top decks running Fatal Push, so that's why I grabbed some, and they were relatively cheap cards. But then, take a look at the lands here. So Ether Hub is non-basic, Arena. I think Blood Crypt is considered a basic land because it does call it out. But yeah, Bloodstained Mire, so... I do run I'll have to double check that. Double check that one. I think if it lists the land type, that like the Elegant Parlor, I think that counts as a basic land. So it'd be all the other stuff that are non-basic lands. Sithonian Nightmare. This one's interesting. When it enters, you get 3 energy. Pay X energy. Sacrifice a creature, which we should have a lot because we're generating cats. Return Nightmare to its owner's hand. Return target creature card with mana value X from the graveyard to the battlefield. Activate as only a sorcery. So do get that ability to bring things back into my hands for the sacrifice of a token and energy, which I should be generating a decent amount of energy. And so I can pull back out the target creature card. So yeah, I could pull back out like an Amped Raptor or an Ajani if they kill it. This package was sort of interesting. This was a Marionette package. That's whenever another creature or artifact you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, each opponent loses a life. So if they board wipe me and I have a bunch of tokens, it's still going to do damage to them. Also, just keeping some additional damage out there. Basically, it's a way to go wide. 2 mana, 1/2, generate a servo artifact creature token, or put a 1/1 counter on it. So this could technically be a 2/3 for 2. And I would probably end up using it to go wide, just so that I could take advantage of things like Goblin Bombardment as well as Marionette Apprentice if they try to do a board wipe. The other thing is, if they run that Plague card that I have, the token still technically generates, hits the board, and then goes to the graveyard. So it would still do damage to him. But Goblin Bombardment is sacrifice a creature. Goblin Bombardment deals 1 damage to target creature or player. So at any time, if, say, I have 4 cards on the table, they have 4 cards left, I could just Goblin Bombardment, sacrifice my board state, and, you know, deal the 4 damage. So it's a nice little ability to be able to have. Yeah, it's a 2/3 in disguise for sure. But I'll use it mostly to go wide because I'll have Goblin Bombardment, assuming I can get it. Almost done. One last card. I already got some servo tokens sleeved. That I will be using, but that's not good. That's not good. Okay, we saved it. There was tape on a card. That usually means you're losing paper. Okay. So these are True Fit sleeved. Ready to go. Hopefully that's not damaging anything. Cool. So now what we can do is, oh, we're already here. We're already here. Let's grab this keyboard. And we're going to take a look at some top decks. So MTG Modern Tournament results. So we got this, and then we got this are the 2 resources I like to take a look at. So this is a really good way to see the results of some various tournaments. I usually stay away from the leagues, but the challenges are nice because you do get a first through, you get a placement. It's not just who got 5 wins. It's also kind of small. There you go. It's a big monitor, and it's a 4K monitor, so when I do that, it looks big. Okay, so a Boros Energy took first, so we'll not crossing off the fact that we might use Boros Energy. But then we have a top 4 Mardu Energy, and then a top 5. So we'll grab the 2 Mardu Energy decks there as well. So that was the Modern Challenge 64. Here's the Modern Challenge 32. So we have an Esper Reanimator. What did that run? Okay, still freaking Atraxa. So this is where Graveyard Hate is gonna be nice. So if they try to bring Atraxa out of the graveyard for whatever reason, that's going to be our way to get rid of the Atraxa. Surgical Extraction, I think, also can do. Yeah, choose target from a graveyard. Ooh, it's instant too. So as soon as it hits the graveyard, I can cast Surgical Extraction and then do that. So that's a way for me to not let them immediately get it onto the play and still use Surgical Extraction. So Surgical Extraction might be a really good way to get rid of Atraxa. This Gristlebrand is another scary one. Exile up to one other target creature. That creature is like equal to its power. It's running Psychic Frog, of course. It's just good card draw. So it gets counters pretty fast if you're discarding cards, which it's probably got some ways to pull cards out of the graveyard. Exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. Exile it as a result. At the beginning of your next upkeep, you may cast this card from exile without paying its... Dude, Ephemerate is OP as shit. Wasn't Goryo's banned? Banned and restricted. Grief. Grief is banned, not Goryo's. So Goryo's is still a problem. Return target legendary creature card from the graveyard to play. That creature gains haste. Remove it from the game at the end of turn. Waterlogged Teaching. Force Negation. Thought Seize. Yeah, it's not banned. I was mixing up Grief and Goryo's. Grief is still a problem. So you can, as an evoke cost, I can just exile a black card from your hand to play this. And then when it enters the battlefield, target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. That player discards that card. So it's card removal from your hand, and I forget the rule on evoke. Allows you to play the spell itself for its evoke cost rather than paying its mana cost. But if you do that, you have to sacrifice it when it comes into play. So it just, yeah. So then that was the problem with Grief. You basically discard a black card. It was card removal from your hand. And then you could do something like Ephemerate and bring it back, or bring it back in some way. So I was just taking a look here of why that won. So Esper Reanimator, it's just Atraxa's too OP. I expect to see a lot of Eldrazi Breach, so this is going to be a lot of like Eldrazi, Tron. Is this a Tron version? No, this is not a Tron version. Yeah. This is just big creatures in the One Ring. So we're going to want... I think that's going to be the biggest enemy is other Boros energy, Mardu energy. I think Storm decks are still going to be a problem too. So we're going to want some hate for Storm decks. The good thing is the counter to Mardu and Boros is that it's relatively the same counter. So I'm really only worried about countering those two in the same way. And then you have your Eldrazi decks, Tron decks. That's countered one way. And then you have a little bit of graveyard hate. and I need some storm hate, are basically what I need. So Boros Mardu, Tron Eldrazi. So four different types of hate. I need to either build into the main deck or into the side deck. So it's all something to keep in mind. Okay, so that was yesterday or 2 days ago challenge. Here's the 26th. I don't know if Nadu took place yet. Jeskai Wizards. Interesting. Interesting. Dimmer Murktide is another one we'll probably see. But I think some of my... Because, yeah, you get Murktide down. Go for the throat, force negation, destroy... Exile target card from graveyard. It was a creature card. You gain 3 life. Otherwise, you draw a card. Exile 5 other cards from your graveyard so you can keep doing that. Toxic Deluge. Interesting. Dimmer Murktide. Oh, I was looking for specifically top performing. Here's a Mardu energy. Here's a top 8. We'll grab that Mardu energy. Okay, Modern League, don't care about. We don't really care about the Modern Leagues so much. Modern Challenges are a little bit more interesting. This is 827. I think it's the same results. Yeah. What else do we got? Here's a store championship. The Takamatsu store. 5-color domain. Gorios. Contains banned cards. Interesting. I like that they pull that out. Modern Monster League. What is this? Here's a Boros energy that took first. Well, we got our standard package here, and then they include the 1 ring. I guess that's good for the card draw, which I think was a weakness of my version of Boros. I didn't have a good card draw. Yeah, this is really standard main deck. Like, nothing fancy. Didn't feather anything into it. And then Chain to Rocks, I think, is interesting because it's like... what's that white card that you enchant a land to? Then it's running Surgical Extraction. Non-Croacher would enter the battlefield. If it wasn't cast, exile it instead. Containment Priest. That seems OP. That is interesting. Running a Damping Sphere, a Void Mirror. Whenever a player casts a spell, if no color mana was spent to cast it, counter that spell, Void Mirror. More Blood Moon, and then a Wear Tear. Interesting. Interesting sideboard. There was some cards I wanted to... Card Kingdom... What is in my cart? Gotcha. What was that card? Containment Priest. See, like some of these arts are just cool. I'd rather grab that art. We're going to add 4 of those to a cart. I'm a little upset I didn't hit buy on End the Festivities. I thought I did. That's a little sad. What was the other one that they had? I have Draenith. Chained to the Rocks was the other one I wanted to grab. Chained to the Rocks. There's only one price and only one art. We're adding those to the cart. Those were some pretty sweet ones I've saw. All right, what else do we have here? So we have the Boros Energy first place. Open link in new tab. Yeah, Chained to the Rocks is pretty good. We got the Obsidian Charmaw, Celestial Purge. We got Wear Tears. Are they running anything different in the main board? Okay, they're not. So that was the Modern Monster League. We got the Challenge League again. I wanted some more like in-person stuff. Here we go. RCQ 1K, 56 players, Portland, Oregon. Mardu Energy taken first. That's what we like to see. Okay, let's take a look at the package. We got Graveyard Trespasser. We got almost all of these cards. That's basically what I'm looking for. Am I missing cards? Rakdos Charmed, like this one. I could run this deck today. Your main deck does allow you to play Gigantha, but your side deck would make it so if I sideboarded, not side deck, sideboard, so I have everything I need here, which is good. So let's continue doing some more in-person. Here's one in France. Again, the in-person's always a little weird because you in-person is going to depend upon the local meta, right? So you're generally playing to what your folks are playing, and they only show the top 8. So your Boros Energy, here's a Boros Energy top 8, which is not bad. We'll take a look at it. And then, but the ones I always find really interesting is the meta in Japan. So here's a Dimmer Reanimator, a Ruby Storm. So Nadu, obviously, Necrodominance, Living End, both of those got Grief banned out of, or Grief banned out of these two. Nadu obviously banned out of here. Amardu Energy did make a top 8, so we could take a look at what they got in here. Seasoned Pyromancer. I have seen this poke its head up a little bit. So when it enters the battlefield, discard 2 cards, then draw 2 cards. For each non-land card discarded this way, create a 1/1 red elemental creature token. And then I can pay 3 colorless, 2 red, exile Seasoned Pyromancer from the graveyard, create 2 1/1. So that is part of the cost. It's not a May. So you do have to discard 2 cards, and then you do draw 2 cards. But then you can also pull out more tokens. whenever an opponent draws a card, except the first one they draw each turn of their draw step, Orcish Bowmaster deals 1 damage to any target, then a mass. Okay. So I have seen this poke its head up from time to time as this Seasoned Pyromancer. Let's see how much that's running. Okay, they're a little expensive. Do like for 50 cents more. Yeah, I'm not jumping the $3 more. Maybe I am. That's the only one they have 4 of. All right, we'll think about that. So the Seasoned Pyromancer is a card that I've seen from time to time. Wear Tear, Rakdos Charm, Plague Engineer, Deafening Silence. This is also interesting. The Meat Hook Massacre. Deafening Silence. Actually, this is what I should do. Support the locals. So you can search here. Shop from this seller. Search Seasoned Pyromancer. Okay, they don't have it. What's the other one? Toys. Shop the seller. Or not, what am I doing? Seasoned Pyromancer. Nope, they don't have it either. Duplicate. Seasoned Pyromancer. They have 1. Okay. Well, that's not helpful. You love that card, the Seasoned Pyromancer? I might end up having to pay the $3 more here. I mean, it's a pretty good... I actually like this art better, and it's cheaper. I don't know why. I always hate having to buy it off TCG Player because then it takes forever. Nope, that's not what I want to do. Leave. I want to leave the store. Oh, they don't even have the border list. Interesting. Why is it cheaper then? Oh, there we go. Filters. Seller with at least 4. $6.65. So it was a little cheaper. Snag 4 of them. I mean, after shipping, I don't know. I don't know. Take a look at this one. I mean, it looks cool. After shipping, what would be the difference? 4 times 3, that's 12. So $12 extra in cost. Yeah, maybe even after shipping, it's still a better deal to... All right, we'll add 4 to cart. It's always unfortunate when you got to do that, but So yeah, there was the Seasoned Pyromancer. We already have this. Meat Hook. Deafening Silence was the other one I wanted to do. Deafening Silence. Nice and cheap. Ooh, look at that. You got that secret layer. But we're not spending that kind of money. Tournament player, not collector. Tournament player, not collector. That's what you got to keep reminding yourself. But that's an interesting card because that would counter a lot of the reanimation decks. That's a strong counter to the reanimation decks. So, or no, each player can't cast more than one non-crit. This is a strong counter to the storm decks. Not what was the one that was a counter to the reanimator? Surgical Extraction, obviously. That's also an instance, Rakdos Charm. What was the other one? It was if cards were to enter the battlefield without being cast, counter that spell. I know all these, know all these, know all these. There's Land Destruction. What is the name of the card? There's Graveyard Hate, Rakdos, Surgical. I'm completely drawing a blank. What was it? It's not Damping Sphere. Yes, Containment Priests. That's it. Containment Priests. Tournament player, not collector. Got to keep reminding yourself. Tournament player, not collector. I do have a completionist thing. You can't see it because of my green screen, but I have a problem with the precon decks. So whenever a new set is released, I've been buying the precons, commander precons. And I need to stop doing that, ultimately. But yeah, Containment Priest is going to be my hard counter to reanimation. I'm excited for that card. So we got the Deafening Silence, Containment Priest, Deafening Silence, and the Festivities. Okay, let's go back here to some tournament results. So we looked at the Japan results. CMF CrossFit at Meat Factory. That's quite the name. Quite the name. Is it Breach 1? Okay. Nothing exciting there for me. The Moscow Summer Modern 2024. A Dimmer Tempo. Okay, I need to be more aware of what's going on with Dimmer here. I haven't ran into Dimmer. I'm not 100% on the win con for Dimmer. So delve. Each card you exile from your graveyard while casting this pays for one colorless. It's a flying. Enters the battlefield with a 1/1 counter on it for each instant sorcery card exiled this way. So essentially you could have it enter as an 8/8 for 2 blue. And then whenever an instant or sorcery card leaves your graveyard, put a 1/1 counter on it. So you can continue to just buff that up. Obviously, throw in Orcish Bowmaster. If black's involved, usually Orcish Bowmaster is going to be involved. Psychic Frog. Discard a card, put a 1/1 counter on it. What is this? Leaves your graveyard. Okay. Archmage, choose one. Counterspell. Target player draws 2 cards. Gain control of target non-land permanent with converted mana cost. Cling to Dust. Exile card from your graveyard. Okay, so there's some card exile to keep buffing up the old Murktide. If it was a creature card, you gain 3 life. Otherwise, you draw a card. So Yeah, Japan results are always interesting. The meta is always. I always think it's like next level play, like because you get to watch like the U.S. tournaments from time to time or see the results, and then you see like the big, like pro tours or world championships, and then the Japanese players just come in strong and usually place really well because they're playing like a completely different game, which is always interesting. Standard counter spell, fatal push, force negation. If it's not your turn, you may exile a blue card from your hand rather than pay this cost. Counter is just a counter. Return target spell or non-land permanent an opponent controls to its owner's hand. So that way you can bounce a card out of your graveyard into your hand. So this is also a way to buff Murktide or get Murktide back. And then spell snare, just another counter spell. Scry 2 and draw 2, so it's card draw, card removal. So a lot of card like counter spells to control the board, and then a couple ways to buff Murktide. So it's really just a blue counter deck with tons of value to get Murktide out there. So it's gonna counter everybody's choices to try to like kill. He's basically always going to have counter spells, which is interesting. Got some card destruction in the sideboard, counter target, some more counter spells, slow you down. So this is a decent counter to like the One Ring. Some graveyard hate, more counter spells, some more graveyard hate, and some more removal. Okay. So basically it's just control the board state, get in with like Psychic Frog and Murktide, and that's it. That's what a lot of the dimmer is. Okay, I don't know how much further back I want to go because of the changes. Ooh, we'll take a look. We'll take a look at this though. Jeskai Energy Control took second. So I think Jeskai Control in general was only really good because of Nadu. So it was a pretty hard counter to Nadu, and so that's why it was doing so good. This whole Dimmer Murktide situation, though, is interesting to me. But we got top 16 Mardu Energy deck here. Let's take a look at what that one did. Running your standard package here. Nothing crazy. Yeah, that's your pretty standard package. Running a Magebane Lizard, which is interesting. Cast a non-creature spell. Yeah, so you get that out there with like a Storm deck, and they just kill themselves. That's interesting. Then there was a Boros Energy that did slightly better. Let's see what we're running here. Standard package. Yep. Standard package. Yep. Soul Guide. This was basically exactly what I ran, except for Magus of the Moon, non-basic. It's the same as Blood Moon, right? Oh, except it's a creature. Yeah. This is basically what I ran in my tournament. Yeah, 2 creatures and counter spells dimmer. Yeah, that's basically it. They're just wrecking you. Dimmer Murktide is interesting, though. It would be a playstyle I would enjoy. Let me see like how many of these cards I have. So I have the Orcish Bowmasters. Those are probably the most expensive, minus Force of Negation. So the running 4 of those is 65 times 4 is 240, 260. So $260 of the total cost of this are just in Orcish Bowmaster. And then obviously your lands. I need to start tracking my lands. I don't have a lot of these Murktide lands, but I do have Flooded Strand. I might have Misty Rainforest. I don't think I do, though. So this deck wouldn't actually be all that expensive for me to get into, minus the Force of Negation cards. So something to consider. But I'm pretty heavily into the Mardu Boros energy, so we'll see how the meta changes. Let's see here if there's any interesting ones. There's the energy. Oh, Bant Nadu. Yeah. $10,000 showdown. Why does this one say $5,000? Should we look at the Japan results again? Yep. Hammer time. Domain. Jeskai energy control again. See what this standard package, a little heavier on the Ragavan. Cool. So Mardu energy, here's the first place, RCQ. I want to see this tournament. So there was a Ruby Storm. This person most likely ran into some Storm decks. Looks like there were some mirror matches, some Nadu, some Boros. A lot of mirror matches in this particular one. I mean, I have all of these. Let's arena export, copy to clipboard. Let's go ahead and your decks, modern decks, new deck. Mardu Energy V2. Unlisted. Let's go ahead and create the deck. Bulk edit. Okay. This is probably pretty close to what I want to run. You got your standard package again, a Johnny Amped, Guided Souls, Ocelot, Orcish Bowmaster. This one went 3 Flage, a Ragavan. It's got the Gombo Bombardment package here. I'm going for a run. Maybe I'll be back in time to find you still streaming. Great stream. Hey, Timothy, appreciate you hanging out. I'm actually pretty close to switching over to playing some Arena and working through another draft or two. Actually got to check on my day. So the whole reason I'm doing these early morning streams is because it will limit my time. I have a tendency to stay up really late. I did get a late start. Normally I would want to start this around 6 a.m. Eastern, so 3 a.m. Pacific time, and stream for 3 or 4 hours in the morning, ending by 10. So I do have a shifted schedule today, so it might buy me a little bit more time. To record a couple drafts. So this is basically the big difference between this one and I need to duplicate this slide. My other Mardu Energy deck is going to be, so both are running, ooh, this one's not running Ob Nixilis. Let me really think about Ob Nixilis here. So as a casualty X, the copy isn't legendary and has a starting loyalty X. As you cast a spell, you may sacrifice a creature with power X. When you do copy this spell, the copy becomes a token. So whatever the power is of the creature I sacrifice will become the loyalty of Ob Nixilis. And then Ob Nixilis itself has a +1. Each opponent loses 2 life unless they discard a card. If you control a demon or devil, you gain 2 life. You don't actually control any demon or devils. And then you can -2 it, create a 1/1 red devil creature token. When this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to any target. So there's your devil. So you can -2 it, and then start +1ing it, gaining life, and making them do card removal. But that is something that's interesting. So if I take a look at a lot of these top Mardu energy decks, this one took top 16, is running Ob Nixilis. This one took top 16, and is not running. Oh, this is Boros. 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 Top 8, Boros. Here's a top 8. Oh, we had this one. Here's the first place one, and is not running an Ob Nixilis, which is interesting. Here's a top 8, also not running an Ob Nixilis. Here's a Boros. Mardu, again, not running an Ob Nixilis. Interesting. So there's the Ob Nixilis version, also with Marionette Apprentice. Basically, it's about going wide. And then you have the version that doesn't run Ob Nixilis and is barely a Mardu package, honestly. Orcish Bowmaster, Graveyard Trespasser, and then you have your Thought Seize, your Fatal Push. That's about it. Sideboard, Surgical Extraction. You can just pay life for that. You don't even need Rakdos Charm, maybe. Huh. Something to think about. I'm going to dwell on that a little bit. I think this is the perfect time to switch over to Arena and do the thing. Okay. I got too much shit. Hey, Torchlight, appreciate the follow. And welcome. You came at a great time. Because we are about to do this. Wrong keyboard. I got too much shit. Of bronze to mythic. Boom. Update all. And then we want to do quick check. Awesome. Title's updated. I can move this out of the way so we don't have this anymore. Go to in-game. And then let's do some drafting. Okay, this will be draft number 17. And gotta fix something before I start the recording. Need to fix the chat settings. Oh, they are disappearing. The chat settings, they are disappearing. Okay. That's what we needed. Don't need those just constantly there. Cool. So, for those of you hanging out for the first time, welcome. Thank you. What we're doing is in the middle of my streams, I usually record a couple videos. It's the way I have to optimize time. I do have a day job. I do have things I have to do, other responsibilities in life. So I like to do my live streams and then sometimes record at least one, sometimes two YouTube videos while I'm actually doing the stream. So today, if you joined me early, we were building our deck for 2 RCQ tournaments that I have this weekend. We were also sleeving that deck, or not sleeving the deck, but getting all the cards I ordered into perfect fit sleeves. So we're good to go there. I think we're in a good direction as far as the deck goes, and then I'm gonna go build that deck later. I'll actually sleeve it and do all the fun stuff. But I am doing a bronze to mythic draft run in Arena. So I have a series going. If you want to go check out my YouTube channel, you can do !YouTube, goes right to that. You can also just check out my website. You will see my YouTube, my Twitch, my X/Twitter, and my Instagram. On X and Twitter, I do like IRL. Follow me along IRL. I'm doing this whole path to pro thing where I'm trying to go pro in Magic the Gathering. I have a long runway. I've set a goal of myself to do that in the next 5 years. So I'm documenting that journey. A lot of it is learning. I'm not saying I am pro level yet. And draft is part of that skill set. Constructed is part of that skill set. Doing stuff in person, as well as there are online qualifiers that go on as well. So staying up to date on Arena is really helpful. I'm trying to get into MTGO as well, so you might see some MTGO play. But I'm going to break the fourth wall, pretend I'm making a YouTube video here for just a second, and then we'll go back to the regular stream where I'm just kind of walking through this, as well as I will be still watching chat. So that's the benefit of being here live with me. You get to talk to me while we're doing this stream, and then I usually post the video the next day. So for those that are new, this is me going to be breaking the fourth wall. So I think I'm in part 9. Is this part 9 or part 8? This is part 8. Okay. Some of this means you got to get your shit together, and my shit's not often together. So we've already done part 8. This is part 9, friends. Part 9. Okay, cool. So now we'll kick it off and act like we're doing the old video. What is up, YouTube, and welcome to part 9 of my Bronze to Mythic challenge run here. If you caught the last video, we did move from Gold 2 to Gold 1, which was really exciting. I do believe it was Gold 1. It was Gold 1. Good old memory here. And so today we're going to jump into another draft. I'm hoping to do at least 2 drafts today. If not, we'll get at least 1 done. Hoping to get into that platinum tier, because once you get into the next tier, you can't go back down, and it gets us 1 step closer here. We are running out of time, unfortunately. The season ends in 2 days. So I want to get a couple done today, maybe a couple more done this evening, and then potentially tomorrow morning. But tomorrow evening and Saturday, I will be actually doing 2 different RCQ events in person. So what you can expect from that from me are some live updates on my Instagram and Twitter. But more importantly, I'm going to be recording another vlog for you guys. So if you caught my first tournament vlog, you get to see the trials and tribulations, the tears, the anger that I go through throughout the day. I'll document that into various short videos, and then I usually come back the next day and give some commentary in addition to that. So you kind of get the future me talking about the past me scenario in those videos. So be on the lookout for those this weekend. I should be posting them something like on Sunday and Monday of over the next couple days. So if anybody knows what day it is right now, today is Thursday, August 29th. So when I say Sunday and Monday, I'm talking 2-3 days from now. So without further ado, though, let's go ahead and jump in to the game and get some Bloomborough draft going. Got to pay the man and jump into this. So what we have found looking at our stats, if we look at like Untapped GG, I have about a 60% win rate with squirrels. That's a big tongue twister there for you. And so if there's a good opening for squirrels, I'll probably take that to help drive my rank higher. Other really good color combination is mice. So red, white is pretty good, especially that Valiant skill or ability is really good. Pretty much most of the blues are not good unless you can get the nuts on a frog deck or a rat deck. That's something to be on the lookout for. And then obviously rabbits are good too. I think rabbits are really dependent upon a good game plan and hitting a couple key cards. And so it's, I don't know, I found it to be hit or miss for me. All right, and we do use the assistance of untapped.gg. I've been really interested. So raccoons actually isn't bad. I do like raccoons because you can oftentimes buff them up and make them insane. So this one is at the beginning of your first main phase, add a red or green. For each raccoon you control, whenever you expend 4, gain 3 life, and whenever you expend 8, exile the top 2 cards of your library until the end of next turn. So this gives you card draw, which is really good. I would say raccoons are stronger than rats, but this is a strong rat card as well. Basically, it can't be blocked, and then if when you do combat damage, you can draw a card, then you discard a card unless you have Threshold. So it does give you card generation if you have Threshold. So I haven't done a good raccoon deck in a while, so we're going to keep ourselves open. Usually the first 3 or 4 selections, we'll keep ourselves open and see what we can do here. So this is a pretty good squirrel card to get into the mix. When it enters or dies, you create food tokens. 2 mana, 3/2 with food token generation. Warren Elder, also not bad. It's a nice way to be able to buff your cards, even though it is expensive to buff. Lizard Warrior, we're probably not going to go lizards. Another one to keep a lookout, though, is Ramp for us. I'll probably grab the Vine Reap Mentor over the Ramp. Mana doesn't tend to be too much of an issue. Keeping ourselves open here. Nocturnal Hunger is one of the cheaper removals in the set. Bark Knuckle Boxer is a raccoon, though, and would play into us. And it's a pretty powerful raccoon, as it does gain Indestructible. And then there we go. We got that Thought Stalker Warlock. That's another lizard card there for you. Black, red. So there's some good lizard cards open, but I don't think we're going to go lizards. This 2/4 treetop sentries, though, is really nice. We're not really foraging, but this has saved my butt quite a few times. Overprotect, I think, is the easy grab here over anything else. Nice little combat trick. Okay, so I think we're pretty solidly in raccoons. There still might be a chance to go squirrels, depending on what we see. So sticky tongue again. This is a really nice one. You can bounce a card. It's a 3/3 for 3 with reach. I do like that. This is kind of expensive for the squirrels, but it does get nice and beefy. I think I have to take the 3/3 with reach for now, because that tends to be your biggest enemy in this draft. Is I mean, I kind of want to take it for my collection, but the Rush Shield Rampager is probably where we're going to go, just for the raccoons. Okay, so we'll drop Vine Reaper. We're going to probably stick to these raccoon strategy here. Ruthless Negotiation is some decent removal. It's just mean, mostly. This also gets buff. Target creature you control gets +1/+1 whenever you expend 4. So, I don't know. Need more raccoons. That's what I've decided. We'll take the fun land. Reptilian Recruiter would still fit into our game strategy. It's a 4/2 for 5, and then I get to steal a card. It fits the colors. This is nice because it buffs the raccoons even further. It's probably too expensive. It'll probably be one of the first I cut, to be honest with you. It works really well for lizards, though. Bueller. Don't need any of these for my collection. So that's usually what I look for. If I can't immediately use the card, I look for any that might be open for the Bloomborough collection. I do try to 100% the collection if I can. I spent a lot of my commons and uncommons buying all the cards in the collection here. Same thing, nothing. We'll just throw that over here. That is a good card in Constructed. I got it to do some work in Draft one time, even though... What does this do? Create X tokens that are copies of target token you control. Then tokens you control gain indestructible until your next turn. You gain 1 life for each token you control. Interesting. All right, Brazen Collector. First strike 2/1 for 2. When it attacks, add a red mana. Until end of turn, you don't lose this mana as steps fade. That's pretty good. 2 mana for 2 with some mana generation. Because it does have first strike, it becomes pretty intimidating. I'm not seeing any like crazy removal that I could potentially use. So let's go ahead and grab the Brazen Collector. Tree Guard Duo, if you're in green, is pretty good. We're not in black. Otherwise, this Rock Collar would be pretty nice. Junk Blade might be a choice. But I think we really want to buff up some creatures. It's a 3/4 for 4. And then they gain Vigilance and get an XX buff. So... It's pretty sweet. We'll snag that. So the 4 is a nice threshold too because it also is a common expend target. So that's something I also like to keep in mind. So Patchwork Banner, I mean, I have to, because if we're doing so heavily on raccoons. Raccoon. How many raccoons? We got 5 raccoons. I mean, Patchwork's probably it. There was some removal there with, well, that was Saver. It was black. So red removal we're looking at are things like Agate Assault. What's the other one? Sunspine Lynx is definitely probably the pick here. This is also a raccoon, so it's a 2/3 with reach. But this is a 5/4 for 4, and it stops people from gaining life. It is a threat. So is that. Okay. We have a couple big cards. I'll probably cut the Reptilian Recruiter. This is some spot removal. It's 5 mana, 6 damage to target creature, and 2 damage to up to 1 target creature token. So it can take out a token. Essentially, it can take out 2 things for 5. Hazard Root, probably not my favorite choice here. I do like having some direct damage. It is kind of expensive, though. So enters whenever you expend 4, put a stash, discard your hand. And so this is card generation, but we'll probably take the Sticky Tongue. Just that 3/3 for 4 is just super nice. Raccoon Bard. Just another raccoon body we can start doing some stuff with. It's pretty cheap, too. 2/2 for 2. All right, we finally got the Treetop Sentries. Do we want Treetop? Or do we want the ramp? I think the ramp is probably more important. We already have 2 Sticky Tongues, so we don't need another Treetop. Yeah, we'll finally get our Junk Blade. Elemental Cat. Oh, that's actually kind of gross. It's got like a sun on its back. Probably snag the Brazen Collector again. We have a decent low end. I'd probably grab the Druid of the Spade over anything there. Okay. Valley Might Caller. Whenever another frog, rabbit, or raccoon or squirrel you control enters, put a 1/1 counter. That is pretty good. This is removal. Rabid Gnaw is also removal. This is tough. This is a good pack for us. Probably Valley Might Caller. That Rabid Gnaw would be really nice too for removal. What do we have for removal? Over nothing direct, basically Conduit. I think I have to take the Rabid Gnaw. I wanted that Valley Might Caller though really bad. Could take another Junk Blade. Paw Patch, destroy target creature with flying, enchantment. So this is a nice removal. All right, we've come back around on some removal. Do we snag another big boy? Do we get that far? The Playful Shove for 1 damage to any target, and then you get to draw a card. I think we grab a big boy. Scrap Shooter, Raccoon Archer, 4/4 with reach for 3. I think that's it. I think that's the choice. Baker's Bane was also there. But yeah, Scrap Shooter is definitely where we're going. Longstock Brawl. What are we at for Bark Knuckles? We have 1 bark knuckle. I think we rabid gnaw, overprotect, conduit. I think we have to take the long stock. Not a whole lot good here for us. We'll take the early winter. It's a little bit more removal. Here's a rock face. Ooh, polywallop. Okay, we're set on removal. Brambleguard veteran. Pretty good raccoon for us. Spend 4. Raccoons you control get +1/+1. I think we take a homestead. Target creature you're going to go plus where X is Bramblewood Captain's power. Yeah, I still think we take a homestead. I mean, alright, we got another junk blade. Nothing for the collection. Just take the highest rarity. Take another junk blade. All right, what do they suggest? We'll do the gruel, obviously. Let's build this deck and see what it looks like. Okay, so one thing off the bat, I don't really like 17 lands. And we already have a green. So we'll do 16 lands, pretty even. Will allow us to grab maybe something else here that we had to cut. Do we throw back in a junk blade? Maybe the conduit electricity. It's not my favorite removal. This does target specifically creatures with flying. So it's a 2 mana, can destroy a creature with flying, or an enchantment, or I can draw a card. I might throw the Paw Patch formation back in. I'm most worried about things with flying. Yeah, I think 3 junk blades is probably too much. All right, let's go ahead and get started here. If you're catching this on the YouTube video, I'd love to for you to pay attention to the timestamp. One of my favorite things to do is if you leave a comment with the timestamp, we can chat about it. I reply to almost every comment with a video response. So I love to kind of talk maybe why I chose something on that draft. So include that timestamp, but then in the upcoming game, let's see, hopefully I don't mess up. So tell me where I mess up. Tell me if I missed a lethal or more optimal play. I am trying to get better, so I do really pay attention to those comments to see if there is maybe a different way to think about it. So with all that being said, let's go ahead and jump into some games. All that being said, really love the interaction. I've been getting some great comments, some great feedback. It's been really fun interacting with everybody, and kind of how you think about the game is making me think about it differently, because I only see the path in front of me. So having somebody else's perspective is really beneficial. So I think this is a good start. Throw down the Oak Hollow. I didn't get any of my low drops. except for Brazen Collector now. Okay, so we got a 2-drop, so not a perfect curve, but we are curving a little bit. We'll drop here, and then we'll do Patchwork, declaring Raccoon. So we also got a Raccoon deck. That'll get ramp for us. Raccoon. Get in some early damage. I do need to be able to see my phone, though. Okay. Could drop this. It's a 4/4. Could also drop this. It's a 5/4. Do I have any way to buff? Let's just drop this boy. No attacks. Yes, I understand. I took damage on myself. Sunspine Links. We just covered this because this is potentially a card that will be in my... Okay. So we're going to definitely have to Longstock Brawl something here. Probably this guy. This guy's getting out of hand. Gonna gift the fish. Get rid of that thing. Is he gonna have a... Do you think he's gonna have... I think just getting the 4 body might be better. No attacks. Put the Bark Knuckle probably next. There we go. This does have Trample. What could he possibly have? Is Polywallop 1? Overprotect is 2. He doesn't have any other way to generate mana. I think we kill... I think we kill this. Actually, if we play this, it is a 5/5, so it does give me a body because of Patchwork. Would really like another land at this point. That way I can play Quake Tusk. Also, next turn I can play 2. I don't have a token, so you're just going to put a 1/1 on something. Oh, interesting. I think I gotta let it through. Well, we got this. Now I need another mana. Hey, thank you. If I swing with this, Okay. That righted some wrongs a little bit. That's not my favorite. I do have to block. Smith 0. If I swing with this, what does this get? Gains first strike. If I swing with this, that leaves me these to block, and if he swings with everything, I think I have to no attack. Okay, that becomes a... Yeah, that was pointless. That was pointless. I could use less lands now. We got lots of stuff in here. A rabid gnaw would be nice for just some quick removal. Polywallop. Nope. Hey, Polywallop. What is the threat here? That was a menace creature. That was why. And then... What else do we got? We got a... Same thing I did. Little does he know, I'm holding a sneaky mountain. Keeping him scared. Yeah, we'll take another 3/3 on the board. All right, Alt Q. I need to use that more. Can I pay for that too? Can't pay for it all. Did I play a land this turn? Did not. Yeah, that was the thing. That was my last sticky tongue, though. I do have a rabid gnaw. Probably get rid of this veteran guard mouse. Do you have an overprotect now? Nice. Nice. It's not going to be enough damage, though. So 6, 5, they block. Gains trample, hexproof, and indestructible. So it does not gain vigilance. The Scry one is pretty good. I think we swing with one. Just reducing their board state a little bit. This is high stress. What did he do? Choose it. So they gave me the gift. Why didn't they not fight each other? Oh, got an agate assault. Okay. So we can do that guy. That guy. That guy. That guy. So it's still 7. So you have to, I don't think that's it. Good game. All right, he got the first one. Hey dude, what's up, Smartcast? Thank you for the good lucks. I am actually doing this prior to work. So I am trying this early morning stream and video creation thing out. And see if I can make that work for my schedule. Because the late night and stuff, is not working for me. So the early morning is where I'm going to try it now. Which is going to be tough because if I shift my schedule to early morning, a little bit better. Some of the late night events, like this Friday, we're doing a modern RCQ. What are these lands? Modern RCQ, and it starts at like 6:30 at night. These lands are interesting. So now I can start doing stuff. So gift a card, I can destroy this enchantment. Let's do that. No. Oh, I have to tap both of those. Interesting. What should I bounce? I should probably bounce like this. Damn frogs. So the funny thing is, I can bounce this. So I get this back, so I get yet another ability to destroy an artifact or enchantment if they can't be blocked. Nice. It's done something. Surveil. What are you getting rid of? Nothing. Interesting. Whenever you expend 4, I think I need the body though. Actually, I'll do this. Swinging for 9. Had to get rid of that frog. Keeps locking up my stuff. So probably play this and then Bruiser. Make your choices there, bud. So I could play this. Actually, I could play this. +1, +1. This is a 5-4, and then a 3-2. Yeah, that's fine. I guess I probably didn't need to swing with the Brazen Collector. Oh, sweet. What are you locking up now? Interesting. But he forgot I had this. Gift a card. Buy Innkeeper's Talent. Definitely swing with this. Okay. Yep. Thinned out some cards. Gonna bounce that. Make that all big. Gonna play that, lock down a card again. Yep. Okay. Do we do the Rush Shield Rampager? Cancel. I can't play the... So we do this. If I swing with all those, he's gonna kill one of them. Then that will die. Say that will die. So 4 gets through. If I swing with everything. He's gonna be really hurting next. Yeah, I think that was the right move. I mean, I just have too many cards. Yeah, I don't know what he was trying to do. I had too many cards. There we go. 2 more wins. 2 more wins. There we got the raccoon deck doing the raccoon things. It's a little heavy on the land. Doesn't have any of my low drops. Maybe we'll get a 2-drop. Lucky Brazen Collector, eh? Yeah. Mana ramp. Yeah, I was guessing he didn't have anything. Ooh, he's 3-color. Interesting. Danger Fang Duo. You gonna kill it? What you playing, bud? Oh, he's just gonna take it. Okay. Just gonna take it. So this is 4, 7. I only have 5. Actually, I have 5, 6. So could I drop that? I could do this though. I'm gonna submit 0. Actually, I already played a land. Submit 0. No attacks. Because then if I drop this guy, we'll put it on the Junk Blade Bruiser and do some damage. Is there much for flying in green black? I mean, you could put a bat down. Wouldn't mind some spot removal. Like a Rabid Gnaw or an Overprotect would be great. So if I swing with this, he blocks with everything. 6 is still getting through. 10, 13. Or say he blocks, dies. I think we just swing with 1. Yep. Got another one. Nice. I think I hold here. Got another red mana. Okay. He expends 4. This is actually really funny. Bringing this back to my hand. Then we'll do this. And then no attacks. This has trample, so it gains vigilance. So I'd give it 6/6, so it'd be a 9 with first strike. Doesn't give it trample though. That's pretty funny. Squirrel, or what are we at? Raccoons. I think we want to tap this for green. Green. Do we put it on the trample? Because then he has to block it. I mean, he's going to have to expend 4 cards. I think if I full swing... What happens if I full swing? I think I... Okay, that's fine. I don't know what... Oh, a life gain. Interesting. Where do you get life gain? No attacks. That might have been too aggressive. Frog, rabbit, raccoon, squirrel. Okay, so I got some removal. Gonna get back to getting life gain. Yeah, that full swing might have been too aggressive. Probably lost me the game here. Okay. Need another removal. Get rid of the bat. This janky ass. So I have paw patch formation. RTSD always. Brush that shit down. Yeah, I don't know. That's what I tried. I think I'm paying for it. Doesn't gain reach though. Does gain trample. Okay. I would get through 5. And then keep it. In this particular case, I would get through 2. Too little, too late. GG's. That was rough. I mean, the raccoon deck is doing raccoon things, which is nice, but that full swing probably killed me. That was, I probably should have held, because the things that died had reach, and I should have expected bats. I knew that they had to have flying. They always have flying, right? The flying's what kills you. The flying is what always kills you. Guessing Black Dragon. He's playing black. Oh, there comes a Warren Guard. Very nice. if you control a token. Hidden Grotto, Surveil 1. Got my Mira Trash Tactician out. Can I expend 4 on this turn? He's gonna have removal though. Oh, actually he does give me another mana if he doesn't remove it. Oh. You want to know something funny? Scrap Shooter. Scrap Shooter's something funny. Now what else does he have for removal? So if I play this, it'll be 5 lands, 6 lands, and then I can play these 2. What do you got going on there, El Chaz? Come on, good old buddy, good pal, good friend. Intrepid Rabbit. Giving that some buffs. And then when it attacks, it's going to get +2/+0 till end of turn. Do I block that and destroy it? I think we do. Nice. Let's do a red. Raccoons! Okay, so now I technically have access to 7 mana. I don't even have 8 mana to spend. What did you get for 8? Is he sitting on some crazy removal? What did he splash if he has Hidden Grotto? That's what I want to know. Oh, there goes the Polywallop. No attacks. Gotta really take advantage of that Oak Hollow. Raccoons, you get +1/+1. What is this guy doing? Doing some crazy combo play over here? Okay, okay. Gonna destroy my artifact. Okay. A little sad, but it's fine. Alright, got rid of one of your tokens. He's doing a lot of reading over here. I believe in you, Al Chaz. So you just get more removal. Sword of Fire and Ice. Interesting. It's a good pickup. You want to have a swing off? We can have a swing off. It's pretty good, pretty good. We're having a swing off. Fire. Is it 2 damage to any target? Any target and you draw a card. Dang, that's a good sword. It's a good pickup. Get a Baker's Bane. Get a food token. Ooh. That's rough. That's rough, bud. So protection from red and blue. Full swing. It's a nice little clear of the board. However, you can display any creature and then put fire and ice back on it. I mean, it was a good play. It was a solid play. And you had to block, so there's not much you could do there. Okay, playing the offspring cost. Didn't leave him enough to equip though. Let's submit 0, but we are gonna do this. Gotta keep the creatures low over there. That's the whole goal. I mean, if you do it, you're gonna swing for 6, but I'm swinging for 8. Oh, actually, he's gonna do 8 damage too. Do I have any other removals? I have overprotect. What is this? It's an equipment. It's an artifact. Oh, I got 3, 6. I need 6. Do I do this though and not do the offspring cost? I think we do the offspring. Swing, he blocks, 4 gets through, and then next turn what did we learn last time? We'll hold. 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 You can do a big swing. Control vigilance and gets... No attacks. End turn. Let's go. Overprotect. I mean, overprotect wouldn't be bad either. I could swing with that. Yeah, we don't want Lance, is what we don't want. Anytime now. No attacks. End turn. Still have a 33% chance for lands. Okay, he's not attacking. Target artifact or enchantment. Are you kidding me? Stop with the lands. Like almost 15, 20%. Any of these would do. %, 30%. I mean, I'll take Longstock Brawl too. Well, actually, it's not enough. Not enough. It's got protection from red and blue. He's just over there collecting cards. I don't like it. Can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Interesting. Now Polywallop or Longstock is a viable thing. I feel like I need to swing. What are you going to do to the Nettle Guard? I feel like this is bait. Yeah, because that's going to be game. Yeah, that's 9. That's game. The full swings? Full swings are too much? All right, we stayed in gold tier 1 though. That definitely was not a 1-win deck. Oh, look at that. We'll take it. All right. We have time for one more. Draft number 18. Okay. Let's do it. Oh, and we can make it a gold run. So we might as well. Let's do a gold run. Yeah, we should have enough time. We should have enough time. That was rough. That raccoon deck felt good though. I think the full swings are what got us. Two of those games we lost. If we hadn't full swung, we would have likely won. Okay. Are we getting tempted to do raccoons again? Menace. You may discard your hand. So it's a 3/3/3 menace. And then I get to draw 2 cards whenever I expend 4. Are we being tempted to raccoons again? All right, let's keep it open. This is a good card. I like how they make that. Like the first card you select is your cover art here. Covered in hair. Good old dog hair. Okay, we got the junk blade. We got a sticky tongue. The lizard mercenary attacks with 1 or more lizards, deals 1 damage to target opponent. You know, lizards is a strong choice, so let's keep ourselves open here. And grab the hired claw. At the very least, it's a 1-mana 1/2, and then you can put a counter on it. So that's pretty good. Pretty good. We got a Banishing Light removal, which is pretty strong. Steam Path. Here's another good raccoon. Lifelink Indestructible. Oof, this is tough. This could go either way for us. Probably gonna grab Roughshod Duo. Did pretty good for us. And the duo cards in general are pretty good. Raccoon Bard? Probably. I think we're being tempted towards raccoons again. Yep. All right. I think it's raccoons. Hired Claw is still good. We'll keep it. Junk Blade. It's probably our guy here. Put a 1/1 counter on it. Whenever you expend 4. That's nuts. Another raccoon. Get that rally collar. Or the raccoon rallier. I liked our game plan with the raccoons. We just needed to not swing so heavy. So raccoons are down here. 17% chance to go 6+ wins with raccoons. Electricity or the Cindering Cutthroat? Maybe Cindering Cutthroat. Electricity is expensive removal, but it is removal. This counts as a raccoon, so that's why we take it. Nothing special here. Take a lizard. Take a mouse. Ooh. I'll take an early winter. Scrap Shooter did some work for us. But Overprotect is so good. I think it's Scrap Shooter. Nocturnal Hunger is probably what we're going to take. This is really interesting card draw, but the Nocturnal Hunger is good removal. So we got a Nocturnal Hunger, Early Winter, and a Conduct Electricity. Kind of expensive removal, but we do have removal, and it's point removal too, so I can get things out of the air, which tends to be the scary thing. Most of the time. Bueller. Okay, thank you. Take another Scrap Shooter. Ooh, or an Akola Village. I think the Scrap Shooter. The bodies are good. Polywallop. Okay, we got some good removal. Oh, Nocturnal Hunger. We're not doing black. What are we doing? One, two, reach. I'm an idiot. We're not doing black. But we do get to take out the trash, or... No. We're grabbing take out the trash because we grabbed black cards thinking something. I don't know. Paw Patch. It's pretty nice. Tree Guard Duo. Easy. Yeah, I don't know where that came from. Otter Wizard. I mean, it's not super good. I'll probably grab the Hoarder's Overflow. It's an interesting card. It's not the best. We'll take another Sticky Tongue though. Those are good. You only have one choice, people. Ooh, Treetop Sentries. That is good for us. And we'll take a Lumra. I don't see anything better than a Lumra. Lumra is good. Rabid Gnaw, super good. Probably take out the trash. Gives me card cycle. Polywallop is nice, but we'll need the card cycle for take out the trash. Rabid Gnaw again. I think we're good on removal. Need some more raccoons though. Rush Shield Rampager. I mean, Treetop Sentries is probably going to do better for me. Need that bird coverage. Didn't get as many sticky tongue sentinels. Probably drop that. Probably drop this. Hard Claw is still pretty good. Flamecash Gecko does give me some mana. Card draw for 2. If I control a token, does anything I have? I mean, this is a token. I mean, we have a couple ways to have tokens, so it's not my favorite. So 2/3 for reach for 3 is pretty nice, but we'll take the Junk Blade. Ended up getting an Oak Hollow anyways. And a Steam Path Charger. Not my favorite, but it works. Build this deck. Hoarder's Overflow. Getting rid of those. Wear downs. Really doesn't like Treetop Sentries, does it? So minus a mountain. And I mean, I'm a fan of Treetop Sentries. It has saved my ass in some games. This is also card draw. Okay, let's try that. All right, Raccoons Part 2. Hopefully we have a better go of it this time. Let's get some games. Let's go. Let's go. You tell me nobody's drafting in the middle of the day? Entering match. Waiting for opponent. And here we go. I definitely think my other deck was stronger. But let's see what we can get to happen here. We'll take it. Oh, he mollied. One, 3. Can drop that scrap shooter if he drops anything spicy. Okay. Interesting. Damage twice his power. Okay. Got rid of that. I'll talk over your library. Nice. A little more card draw. Well, I'm obviously doing that one. No attacks. Oh, he's got 2 of them. Interesting. Huh. So we could get rid of one of them. Should probably do that. That is needed. And then let's drop this guy. And then this guy. He took a smooth 17 right to the face. Or 7, because math. Do this guy. I could have swung everything because he had nothing. But, I don't know. I'm gun shy from heavy swings. Really like to get to that platinum one. That would be real nice. That'd be real nice. Got that 500 gold. I'm happy this is a gold run too and not a gem run. Stay hydrated. You ain't drinking your water. You're messing up. We'll keep. Nice. Curve out. That thing is spicy. Okay, okay, okay. Don't think I need to like overplay. Yeah, this card's doing some work. Already got him down seven life. If I swing again. Okay, he's gonna target that. That's fine. Gift me a fish. We'll make it a 4/5. Is that an artifact equipment? Getting a little spicy. So I have a way to destroy an enchantment if he has something like a hunter's talent or something like that. He's gifting me all the fishes, eh? Yeah, so we play this. And then we play take out the trash. Okay. Cleaning up his board. Yes. I think this deck is just a little faster, is what the issue is. So I think I have to play this. No gifts. So Okay, okay, okay. I think the why this one's doing so a little bit better is just it's just faster. Plus that freaking hired claw, that thing does well. Okay, got the 2 wins. If we get the next win, I'm really excited. That'll put us into platinum. Oh no, I'm scared of these folks. They're wearing the same thing I am. Okay. We can curve out a little bit. Does have reach. That is really powerful. 3 mana, 4/4 with reach, and has enchantment or artifact destruction. Oh, took it. Just straight took it from me. And I'll be able to play the junk blade. I think it's important to pay attention to that. Like, you want to be able to play the junk blade or play your most expensive card. When it comes out. So what are you gonna play? Live Dive Duo. Oh, nice. We got Okalo. Guess I don't need to overkill. Although Polywallop would then trigger this, giving it swinging for 6. Bailey. Okay. Scry 1. Put it to the bottom. Always the stuff in the air that scares me. Got Paw Patch. I have a Rabid Gnaw. Got some blocking with Sticky Tongue. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. Lose 2 life. That's risky. It's going to put him to 5, and then if he doesn't put any other creatures down, Oh, he tossed lunar convocation. Got a moonrise out of it, though. Okay, let's get the scry one. To the bottom. Oh, to the top. Okay, got myself a little reach. We got answers. We got answers. Are we going to get them, though, is the question. Resolve all. Oh, he's getting health back. That's not fun. Okay, that's staying at the top. You went hard into the bats. That's for sure. That's what I need to remember. I don't need any more land. I can use Flame Cache. Oh, he got his Repel Calamity. Oh, he definitely got all of his bats, didn't he? He did get Lunar Convocation, though, so there's that. I mean, I gotta block one. Give myself a chance here. None of these are helpful. Yeah. Still getting through with too much. Good game. Them bats, man. I told you. It's the flying ones. It's the flying ones. I believe I can do it, though. I believe. Yeah, Hired Claw. We'll take it. Hired Claw OP. Nice. Getting in early. They got a sonar strike, don't they? Sonar strike. Huh? What are we dropping here, bud? I mean, it's going to be 2-1 damage. It's going to be a 4-5. Hard Claw's doing some work. If we do anything truly scary, we got Polywallop. Got frickin' Lumra. What would this become? It would become a 5/6. Or do I kill something? Okay. Okay. I have 4 mana. Oh, he's just dropping everything, isn't he? Alright, we gotta start putting some bodies out here. So give me some card draw. Which is land. We like land. So we have 5. We can play Junk Blade. Or we could play Byway Barter. If I had Overprotect, we'd win. But I do not. I mean, I played mana, or I tapped land. Vanishing Light, what are we doing? Swinging for 6. Okay. Not ideal. Really needed that land on that turn. It's like when you don't get land is when you get the land. Got another banishing light. It's like you got to be very careful. Come and get it. Here it is. That's so crazy. We had that too. Just needed one more win right there, and that would have got us into platinum. Okay, we'll keep this. Roughshod duo, probably. Freaking frogs, man. Do I want to discard a card? Now we play this, and then we'll play Junk Blade. Becomes, look at the top 5 cards. It may review a creature card with value -3 or less per moment. You may put it onto the battlefield if it's your turn. That's insane. Yeah, that had to go. Had to go. I always feel good about the start of the game. This is about where it starts to fall apart. This is about where it starts to fall apart. Okay, got a little board wipe. Okay. So how much is this? Screw birds. I would like to be able to spend 4 mana. Basic land card, under the battlefield tapped. Got him. We're so close. We're so close. Did get to the 3 wins, which feels good. But I do think this is a free run. This was a gold run. Or is that the last run? I can't remember. Cannot remember. All right, we just got to play patient, play on curve. I hit escape on accident. My bad. I dropped my phone on the escape button. What do we got? Okay. Maybe I shouldn't be so hasty. Maybe I'll get a red mana. Red land. Nope. Not gonna get the red land. So green, white is rabbits. He might have a just a 4/4 body with reach is still good. Really like that 1 red mana though. That would help me out with take out the trash. I don't want a lot of mana game. Just want the 1 red mana. You would. This fucking game, man. Ah. You're gonna give me all green, aren't you? Well, this is gonna be funny. get yet another forest. Then we play this guy. And then we do this. Yeah, Ocalo. Ocalo out here doing work. Listen, you got a card out of the deal. Do we gamble on getting a red? We do. We do gamble on getting a red. I don't know why I'm getting all of my frickin' green mana, though. We do have 6, so we could play Lumra. Alright, well, I'm not killing either one of them. So we could take out the trash on one of these. That was not helpful. Sometimes this game... Yep, there it is. Wow, we couldn't clutch it. Couldn't clutch it. Well, we are 1 win away from platinum. Couldn't do it in today's stream. But I do appreciate all of you hanging out with me, checking out another one of my bronze to mythic challenge runs here in Magic the Gathering Arena. If you're enjoying this series, feel free to like, subscribe on the YouTube video. Also, if you have moments where obviously I know I messed up on 2 all-in moves, but if you want to leave a timestamp and a moment and maybe a decision where you think there was a more efficient play, let me know. Or maybe I missed lethal. That would even be better. So I love it when people leave that timestamp and actually leave a comment there, because I like to reply to every single one of those comments with a video response that I can. I can't do a reply of a reply with a comment, but at least on the very first one, I can do a video response. So really do appreciate you all hanging out with me here today. And until next time, we'll catch you at the table. All right, cool. So we wrapped up 2 more drafts and a YouTube video while we did it. I'm going to go ahead and call it for today. I actually got to dart off to my day job, and then I might be back later tonight. I do need to do some more prep for the tournament tomorrow, and then we'll go from there. So I appreciate everybody hanging out and chat with me. It was awesome. We've got a good mix of folks hanging out on the YouTube stream as well as the Twitch stream. So really do appreciate you all and the support you're giving me. So until next time, we'll catch you later.